Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. Today's Friday, January 17th, 2025. Looks like I should have woke up earlier this morning. I haven't taken any trades yet today. I kind of slept in a little bit. The kids don't have school today, so everybody kind of slept in, but they are waking up and coming down as we speak. So hopefully the kids can stay somewhat quiet this morning. Anyway, I was looking at the charts and I missed a beautiful run up here. The blue box here is London session. And we look here, we got our Delta cross to the upside. And this is a long opportunity. That's a long opportunity. This is a long opportunity. Say you're waiting for the high or low, which would be here. Let's see what that would look like. Your entry would have been right there. 125 ticks would have looked like that. But as soon as you start seeing this delta ramping up, like usually if I'm in a trade like this and the delta gets really thick, this is why I like big, thick deltas. But once they're big and thick, you can just ride this all the way out. So you can, as long as they're big and thick, just keep riding it. You know, maybe this is a take profit point if you want to use the close under the delta. But if you're waiting for delta exhaustion or a delta squeeze, the first delta squeeze, I mean, this isn't really a delta squeeze here because you have a positive slope on the delta when that occurs. But maybe you wait for exhaustion, which is right here. That's you see a little bit of orange there in the delta. That still would have got you right here. It's still 160 points. But if you're waiting for an actual proper delta squeeze, that hasn't even happened yet. So you would still be in this trade. So maybe you take profit, partial profit there, and continue to ride this up. You'd be up 274 points right now. That is a monster trade. What's interesting to note is that we did break through this 15-minute order block that was set way back. Here, let me change my time frame to the 15. All right, now you can see it. So we had this order block here. We just busted right through that. Not only busted through the candle body consolidation, but also that high. Another important thing to note is you see this yellow line right here? That is the daily trend line. So if I go over to the daily, you can see this has been a trend line that we're breaking through right now as we speak, which could get interesting. Unless we get rejected here. On the daily, we should also take note that the delta crossed under the confirmation line over here. And here, let me hide my drawings. There we go. So we had the delta cross under the confirmation line, and the signal has not yet made it back up here. So if you're looking for, you know, that's actually one of my favorite setups, is you have that cross, you have the signal come down here somewhere, then come back up to somewhere in the red zone or near the power zone, and tick down. Not sure if that will actually happen, but if the delta's still weak when that happens, there could be more downside. I don't know, but we're breaking this trend line, so that's positive. Just something to watch out for. Back over to the 1 minute. And again, that's this yellow line right here. That's that daily trend line. Looks like we hesitated there for a second, or a few minutes. Retested it. Now we're still moving up. JWAS, good morning there. What is the market running up about is my question. That's my question too. I don't really know. Was there a market structure thing that happened that might have kicked it into gear? I don't know. As far as news goes, let's go over to our TOMMYBOTS trading timer. There is no other news today. Not on the schedule anyway. We had building permits at 7:30, but it started running before that. This entry was at 6:50. 7:30 would be right here. And yeah, we did get a little bit of a run up towards that trend line, but it was running pretty good before that. I don't know. If anybody has an idea of why we're... Oh, you guys can't even see my screen. Sorry about that. If anybody has any idea why we are running up, let us know. All right. We just had our first proper delta squeeze at 822. So if that's what you were waiting for on that trade, you would have been out right here. It would have been 258 points. That would have been a beauty. And you're short, JWAS. I should probably do the same. What's our ATR? It's a 60 right now. I'm going to go for the 8 SMA. If I can get it. Yeah, if we got a big flush here, that would be pretty amazing. I mean, it can't just go straight up, right? Well, it almost hit the 8, but not quite. That's that 825 candle. That little algorithm that kicks in there every day. And I just got tagged in for a short. 608.50. Some beautiful shorts on gold, huh? Well, this Delta squeeze is not going as planned, and I just got stopped out. In one candle. Not a great start to the day, but it's all right. Check gold. Yeah, this one here, it's a good short. That's a good short. And that's a, well, can be. He did have that Delta confirmation line cross right here, so, but it still ended up playing out. On the 3-minute, you got a short here at 821. Man, what has gotten into NQ? Where is it going? It is just running straight up. Well, my 80 tick stop looks pretty darn small right there, doesn't it? It's a monster. So a lot of you are probably not aware, but when I tried ending the stream yesterday, while I was playing the song at the end, I decided to jump into one last trade. And turns out it was a winner. I didn't end up ending the stream there, so we actually stayed on a little bit. So some of you guys were there for that. Yeah, Jay was. I don't believe you. And I was down considerably yesterday, but I redeemed myself after hours. And I actually ended the day green, believe it or not. I know nobody's going to believe me. And Jay Waz and I talked about that yesterday. But it's true. Okay, here comes a flush down. The market is open. Was that a blow off top there? We got the Delta under the confirmation line. We did get a tick down here at 829 right here. Huh. Kind of wish I would have just grabbed that. Anyway, what I was saying is I stayed on the stream longer. I took a trade. It wasn't a huge winner. It was like 13.5 points or something like that. So I brought my numbers down. I was down like, I think 80 some points, and I got it down to like 71 points or something like that. And then after that, I took another trade and ended up getting, here, let's just look at it really quick. We'll do a little review. Okay. Here's where I ended the stream yesterday. And then here's that, yeah, 13.25 winner. So that's not what put me in the green. A little bit later, I had a break-even trade here, and then I took this one. So we had the delta across to the downside, and we got this lower high on the signal, and we were still, this delta candle was fatter than the previous, so I ended up taking that short, virtually no drawdown. And I took that until I started trailing the wicks right here. So I got stopped out here at 86.5 points. So prior to this trade, I was only down, I think, like 71. So that 86 put me in the green. And then I had to go get the kids from school, so I missed this monster, but I mapped this out. And at 245, there's a beautiful entry here for a short. So there again is the delta cross from the confirmation line. Enter short there. And if you rode that until the first higher low in the power zone, that would get you out literally at the very bottom for another 148 points. So I wish I was around for that. I did not get that one. I missed it. But I still ended the day green, even though on stream the day sucked. The day definitely got better after the stream. Good morning, K-John. I figured that was probably somewhat of a blow off top there. The entry was right here. It's hard to see. That tick down when the delta's still under the confirmation line from the power zone. I wasn't paying too close of attention right there. But that definitely would have worked. And this trade would be up 89 points right now, had I been able to capture that. Raphael, good morning. Did any of you jump in this tick down from the power zone? I know psychologically it's kind of hard to do that right after getting stopped out of a delta squeeze, but that is the valid entry. Making our way back down to the session anchored VWAP. Just sitting here at 551. And we're getting a tick up from that lower power zone. But normally I would take that. But in this specific situation, we've been running up all morning. I don't know. That looks like a blow off top kind of situation to me. I think we could still go lower, and we have this is the first time we've had a fairly aggressive falling delta. So it might be safer to wait for the signal to come back up here and tick down. As long as that delta is still weak, that would be the bigger, safer trade for me. Our ATR is at a 105 now, so definitely need to be careful. Coming back down to session VWAP. This red line over here is that 15-minute high right here. So we might have a little bit of a retest here and then go again. But if I'm just looking at the cumulative delta, I should be looking for shorts in this scenario. I'm going to try to do a better job today of just staying on the side that has the highest probability, which is trading in line with the confirmation line. So if the delta is under the confirmation line, I'm only going to look for shorts. And if it's above, I'm only going to look for longs. I think lately I've just been doing a little bit of over trading, so I'm going to try to cut down on my entries a little bit. We'll see how long that lasts. That might only last like 20 minutes for me. But I'll try it. Still thinking we probably come down and test that daily trend line as well. Brian Hawkins, Elliott wave theory has possible the completion of the corrective wave. Okay. I'm not a big Elliott wave guy. I know a lot of guys are. I admit I don't know a whole lot about Elliott waves. But if you say so. 3-minute is bearish now. 5 minutes working on it. And the 15 is clearly bullish. I do wish I was watching this part more closely right here. That 829 candle. That was the short right there. And again, the reason why is because we had our cross right here. So as long as the delta stays under the confirmation line, any tick downs in this area are fair game. So yeah, I got stopped out on this first one, but I should have still taken the second. We are underneath the anchored VWAP. We got the standard VWAP sitting down here at about 448. It'll be interesting to see if we fall back inside this trend line, the daily trend line. You know, on the daily, we're still bearish from a cumulative delta perspective, so we could easily reject off of here and go back down. For X ATR sitting at a 109. Still pretty darn high. You know, you guys hear me say this a lot, but we see this all the time right before the market opens. If it opens with the delta up here in the upper power zone, we usually drop, which we did. I tried the first one, got stopped out, but and the opposite's true. So if we open with the delta in the lower power zone, we usually pop up. It loves to reverse it right there. So we did make it back down to that daily trend line. Just printed our first higher low in the lower power zone. That's usually a pretty good long, but I'm fighting myself. Said I'm not going to take trades against the confirmation line. Let's simulate it. So here's the first higher low. If we're only looking for 125 ticks, it's only right there. It's almost there. Looks like that probably would have been a winner. Yep, it just hit it. Nice, Schroden. Schroden's trying out Quant Tower. Nice interface, like you said, more details, smooth, performant. I would agree. You know what I really like is how you submit limit orders with the mouse. So do you see that little mouse trading icon on the top? If you click that, and then you can left click to put in a limit order to go long with whatever bracket you got set up. And if you right click it, it puts in a limit order to go short wherever you put that. Just really, really convenient. And I like the way it does brackets and all that in here too. It also has like a built-in trailing stop feature. I don't really use it. I've used it a few times. It's kind of cool. Looks like it also has keyboard trading. I've never used that feature. That sounds scary to me. I'd rather use my mouse. Nicest thing is 0 lag so far. Yeah, I like how quickly everything moves in there. Everything just feels much more accurate. I don't know how you have yours set up, but I have the spread lines on my chart as well, so I can tell like if a big news event or something's coming up, you can just see the spread just really start to widen up. And you start to see that, better get out of your trade quick. It also has a built-in countdown timer, candle countdown timer. If you turn it on, it's like in the lower right. What I don't like about it is it's really small. So I still prefer to use the TOMMYBOTS trading timer. But like if you're trying to time your entries on the candle close, you need a timer. So sometimes the TOMMYBOTS trading timer can be out of sync, like a couple seconds or so. So if you're looking for it to be the most accurate, you could use the one built into Quant Tower if you can see it. It's just really tiny. Where is the spread you were mentioning? Honestly, I don't even remember. It was so long ago when I set this up. Let me see. I think if you right click on the chart and go to settings, it's somewhere in here. Let's see. Yeah, I customized this a little bit when I set it up. So I don't remember exactly where that was. I think it could be show price line. So if you go into the chart settings and then go to visual trading and then positions. If you scroll down, there's a checkbox for show price line. I think that might be it. And then for price line style, mine's set to solid 1. And then my buy and my sell are 2 different colors. So if I uncheck that and say, okay, is that good? No, it's still there. Maybe that's not it. I don't know. I'd have to play with it. It's somewhere in there. I remember I also adjusted, there's like little icons it puts on the chart where you get in and out of trades. And I made those a little different. So like if I get out of a trade or if it's a short, it's like, it's a red arrow. And then if I'm going long, it's a white arrow. It's just nice to see your ins and outs on the chart. So that's in there too, somewhere. And we got a choppy delta already. Looks like the 5-minute is bearish now. Go ahead and flip that one to bearish. Look how nice and beautiful this move was in pre-market, though. You know, was it just yesterday we were talking about how smooth pre-market usually is compared to New York, and then New York just kind of throws a wrench in everything? I think if that's all you traded was like 6:45 a.m. Central Time, to the New York Open at 8:30. Probably make a pretty good living just trading that 1 hour and a half time slot. I think it's probably easier trading, maybe. Except for the days when it's really flat and it's consolidating in pre-market waiting for big news. Those days it's not fun. All right, we're starting to get our first tick down from the red zone after the Delta cross. I prefer when it's higher, but it is a short entry. ATR is super high, so might want to size down. All right, and I am short. $506.50 is where I'm in. It's trying to get bought up back on that trend line again. Okay, we got VWAP sitting down here at 462.50. And this one's not looking great. Got stopped out again. Let's see how far that one went. It went 19.5 points. That ATR, I think, is just, it's too high. The signal didn't get as high in the zone as I wanted it to. So it wasn't really ideal. And we got that thin ice, thin spotty delta going against us. Well, it was a valid setup, so I can't get too down about that. Yeah, anytime the delta is thin and choppy like that, it's not a quality setup, especially near the midline. The 3-minute is ticking up from that lower power zone. Might get a little pullback here. BTC's on a tear. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's still moving up. Looks like my crypto trades are still doing pretty good. G2, good morning. Brian Hawkins, seems like it's a good breakout trade for sure. I usually box the 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. range. Look at how price respects that zone on pullbacks. Yeah, Schroden, you got to get used to the right and left click on the mouse. For sure. I don't even really think about it anymore. It's kind of like it's like muscle memory for me now. Well, we just got another tick down from that red zone, but kind of afraid to take anything in this nasty consolidation. Yeah, Schroden, the way I have mine set up is I have, well, if I'm looking for limit orders, I'll use the mouse. Otherwise, I turn that off. And then I just have a buy market and buy sell, market sell. And so depending on what's going on, if I'm just trying to get in on the candle close, I'll just hit a market buy or market sell. And those are actually buttons that you click there instead of the mouse clicks. We did put in somewhat of a double bottom there on that trend line. So we could continue just moving up here. The delta is getting stronger to the upside. BTC almost through 104. Yep. Yeah, and the delta looks really nice there. Strong and consistent. Even though price is moving up, I'm still bearish here. As long as delta stays under the confirmation line, I'm going to be looking for shorts. And we did just take out this little swing high here. So if we're going to start building a broadening formation, then that is where it's going to turn. So we already got a little bit of a broadening formation going on here. This low is taken out by that low. That high was, or this high is taken out by this high. This high is taken out by that high. And here comes the tick down from the upper power zone. And I took that short. $551.25. Delta's still fairly weak. Yeah, primary target would be this low, the swing low. And if you want to push it, VWAP is likely to get hit. Actually, I think that's what I'm going to do is just go ahead and target VWAP, 471.25. Hopefully the market doesn't want to continue playing these games. We'll just do what it's supposed to do. You think this is the Trump pump? The Trump pump has commenced. Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. It's Friday, right? I would not doubt that. All right, market. Do what you're supposed to do. Go back down. This better not be 3 for 3 for me, or I'm gonna start getting gun shy. We are ticking up from the red zone. For that reason, I'm going to move my stop to break even. And I just got stopped out. So if we put in a lower high, I'll jump back in. Ah, yeah, okay. That's got to be it, JWaz. It's got to be the Trump pump. Markets closed on Monday. Everyone's trying to get their long on today. Thanks, Hossein. Hope you're having a good Friday too. So far, it could be better. It will get better. I'm confident. I have. What are you doing? You don't know? Tesla's flying? I haven't even looked at Tesla in a while. Bitcoin is definitely flying. My XRP is kind of fizzling out, so glad I got out of that trade. Tesla. Oh yeah, we gapped up too. We're getting a tick up above a rising delta, so that is a long there in Tesla on the hourly. MicroStrategy. Got a nice W pattern, and again, tick up above a rising delta. That's all very bullish. My injective is still doing pretty well. Schroden. Hey, you're still sticking with the 3, 5, 15 on the right panels. I am. I'm trying to give that a good opportunity to see if I like it. So I'm gonna try using it for maybe a week, see how it goes. All right, we're starting to flash a lower high. All right, I just took that short. And where's our VWAP? I might end up regretting this one. But that is the entry. 21,555.50. That's where I'm in. Go ups down here at 475. And we are starting to tick back up, so I'm gonna have to pull the plug on that. So not a full loss that time, which is better than a full loss. Now it's going to come down, isn't it? Let's see where I got out. $565.50. Is that right? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was at $555.50 before. So, is that 10 points? 10 points exactly. That's why that threw me off. That delta is just kind of flatlined. There's no slope to it. Yeah, price action is definitely crap. Super high ATR with like no price movement. Doesn't sound like that should ever really be the case, but all right, we just got our another tick down. It's just kind of grinding here. I did not take that one, but I probably should have. Yeah, no. Yeah, I got to stick to the plan. I got to take those. Went ahead and threw a limit order back in there. But I should have just jumped in on this tick down. Delta's still weak. It's under falling confirmation line. Now this will be the one that actually goes. Gosh darn it. Oh, what would you know? This is when people start saying the market is watching me. They were just waiting for me to not jump in that trade. Oh man, that was it. That was the tick down right there. I should have just jumped in. Now it's going to come down. My target was VWAP 476. Sometimes they can't be super pretty. This one's not pretty. It's just frustrating when you got the signal right there and you get stopped out twice trying to go that direction, and then it goes. Yeah, that was it, guys. Did anybody catch that? And again, the reason why I kept trying to go short there is because we have this falling confirmation line. I told myself today I'm only going to trade in direction of the confirmation line. And so this is a short, that's a short, that's a short. Sometimes they just go, and other times they like to play with your mind before they go. K. John says it's time to start looking for longs. Well, as long as this confirmation line is pointed down, I'm going to be looking for shorts. It has not yet taken out this swing low, so I would expect that to happen. $25 or $21,500 level is the 200 MA on the 4-hour. Could find support there, but I'm going to side with what the Delta is telling me. And right now it is pointed down. Now, we're about to put in a tick down underneath a falling delta, which can be another entry for a short. It's a little riskier than taking them up here. I wish I would have got the one up on top. All right, we just took out the primary target, which is this swing low. VWAP would be next. Ay, ay, ay. That last trade would have changed my whole day. Be up about 70 points at this point. Still making our way to VWAP. We're sitting right on top of the 200 EMA. Yeah, volatility is up there, but the chop is nasty. Here comes our first tick up from the lower power zone. So that trade to the primary target of that low, that was 72.75 points. That would have made anybody's day pretty good. Starting to put in a higher low on the signal on the 3-minute. Yeah, JWAS, you're it didn't quite touch VWAP over here, but if you took profit around VWAP, that was good. Again, for me, that primary target would have been this low here. Secondary target would be VWAP. Yeah, it did get super close. Super close, but no cigar. So if you were waiting for VWAP, you might be kicking yourself right now if you're still in. Yeah, those 4-hour moving averages can be pretty strong. Good morning, Jason. Happy Friday. Could be a little happier for me. I've had kind of an ugly start. I missed some really good setups that I should have had. Just feel like I kind of got screwed on this deal. We had the open here. I went short on this Delta squeeze. Immediately got stopped out, but it was like a blow off top scenario. And we put in a lower high with the Delta still under the confirmation line. So that's a short. That was right here. But after getting stopped out, I wasn't really too interested in jumping into a trade right away. So I missed that beautiful move to the downside. And then I got stopped out a couple times here on these trying to go short. But we were just chopping through this whole section here. And then I did not take this last tick down from the red zone, which is still a short, and missed another good one. So had I got that, and had I got that initial one down, I'd be having a pretty good day. Schroden, in Quant Tower, under settings, chart settings, there are settings for spread type and color of whatever spread type is selected. Okay. Let me see. Settings. Chart settings. I don't even see chart settings. Price scale. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Price scale. Yeah, so my price indicator in that drop down, mine, I have scale marker with line. That's what I have. And then for the ask, I have like a reddish orange color. And for the bid, I have like a green color. 1 pixel solid lines. That's what I'm using. Jason Richardson, markets are going to be erratic, I guess. I'm really going to be paying attention to delta and supply demand confirmations. Try to be extra picky of 1 to 2 trades. Not a bad plan. I was trying to be extra picky today by only taking trades in the direction of the confirmation line. And so far that's not it's not helping me. I think it's just it's this nasty chop. You know, this whole section here was basically chop. But what's promising is that the delta is finally starting to smooth out. So we had a decent move down, starting to get a decent move up in the delta. So maybe it's going to get a little bit better here shortly. We're about to have a delta confirmation line cross to the upside. So once that crosses, I'm going to be looking for longs. Yeah, if you anybody tried to short that top there, that was tough. You really had to have your eyes open for that little tick down right there if you're going to grab that one. But sometimes that's what they do on the market open. They like to give it one last pop, stop everybody out, and take their money. True. Rare catalyst on Monday. So we got that tick down from that upper power zone, but again, we're having that delta cross, so I'm not going to take it. Also, we didn't take out this swing high yet. So if I was going to go short here, I would prefer that we take out the swing high first. Then put in a lower high or something to that effect in the upper power zone. Since we're still in this broadening formation. I'll be right back. Delta's starting to roll over a little bit there. But the delta is above the confirmation line, so if we get a tick up in the green zone above a rising delta, I'm going to take that long. On the 3-minute, we're actually flashing a short right here. We're getting a tick down from the red zone. It's not confirmed, but it is ticking down. Delta's still relatively weak under that confirmation line. If Delta does turn positive here, we're going to have a little bit of chop back in the Delta. So hopefully that would be temporary. I would hate to go into another chop session. On the 3-minute, you can see the chop clearly there. And on the 5. All right, that 3-minute did confirm a short. Which obviously is a bit of a discrepancy from what we're seeing on the 1. So what we might see there is another tick up above the Delta on the 3 if this 1 would play out to the upside. We're getting a tick up here, but it's not confirmed and it's still in the red zone. Still might be worth taking that long though. We're working on potentially taking out that swing high. Did it get there? I don't think it got there. That's awesome, Jwaz. Glad you're having a good day. Yeah, the market's been pretty crap. You know, you see that a lot after a big move. It put in a giant move today, right? That's not small potatoes. If we measure from that swing low to to the high. It's moved 372 points. And usually when it does that, it loves to just chop around and consolidate, right? So maybe switch to some smaller targets. That might be the key here. I mean, unless we start seeing some strength in the delta, but there's just zero strength to either side. Thanks, Jay Waz. Well, the delta is continuing to rise here. Still haven't taken out that swing high yet, but I think it's working on it. Schroden, how do you guys think about the fact that Zeiierman's Cumulative Delta isn't using actual volume data? I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it still uses volume in part of the calculation. it's probably not exactly what you're thinking, but not even sure if it uses tick data technically. I don't think it does use tick data. Seems it's just some form of price movements used to approximate cumulative delta. I don't know. I know it's not just price movements. You will see that in the signal line, but not the delta. The delta is more volume based. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. Like you said, it's some kind of black magic. So how do I feel about that? Honestly, I don't really think about it too much. As long as it works for me and I like it, that's the main thing. So there's still some improvements I think he could add to this. And I keep telling myself I'm going to get on his case about it, but I've kind of been dragging my feet because I've just been, I've made it work for me for so long. But there are certain things that I think he could add that would make it easier. We did just take out that swing high now. I told myself I'm going to be more picky today, so normally I would still probably would have went long here at 949 on this tick up above the rising delta. But I want that, ideally I want that in the green zone. So I passed on that one. But yeah, going back to the delta in that calculation, I'm not really sure what he's got going on in there, but I mean, I know it has to be volume based. I mean, you can see that there's cases where the price action, where the price could move considerably, and the delta is like going the opposite way. There's times where you'll see the delta rising; it'll be super thin, but it'll be negative. So, what is making it rise if the delta is negative? I mean, there's still a lot of questions I have about like how in the world is he doing that, but trying to find an example here. But you guys have seen that, like when it's really thin. Well, here it's thin, right? There's almost like no volume here. The delta is, this isn't the greatest example, but see how you're getting the delta slope is very positive, yet the price is falling. So if it was price action based, the delta would be falling in that case, and it's not. But what I do know, I tell you guys this a lot, is that the slope of this delta is usually a leading indicator where price is going to go. So even though it's thin, when I see that, I'm looking for longs. And price comes down. Long opportunity here, long opportunity here. It's usually like I said, a leading indicator in that situation. So how would he be making that go up when price is going down? I don't know. I think one of the most overlooked features of this cumulative delta, though, is the confirmation line. I think it's a lot of people kind of forget about that. And if you focus more on that, it does help you stay on the right side of the trade in most cases. Today, it's not doing me many favors, but, you know, through this chop, it wasn't. But generally speaking, that is true. If the delta is above the confirmation line, that means the buyers are overpowering the sellers. And so you want to look for longs. And the opposite's true. If it's underneath, sellers are overpowering the buyers. So you want to be looking for shorts. And the signal line is, in my mind, there to help you time your entries with that. Yeah, Schroden, you should try to chat with Zeiierman and see if he'll share any details with you. I'd be interested to know. Yeah, that confirmation line, it seems like such a simple thing. You know, it's a moving average of the buying and selling pressure. But you don't, you know, as simple as that is, you don't see that in any other cumulative delta indicators that are out there. At least I haven't seen it in any others. So we still have the rising delta here. We are ticking up above rising delta, which even though it's in the red zone, that could be a long. It's not ideal still, but got another short signal on the 3 as well. With that tick down from the upper power zone, delta's still fairly weak under the confirmation line there. That was at 10 a.m. Should probably start looking for some resistance levels that we might run into here. We got the obvious one at the top. We also have a fair value gap in here. We also have our broadening formation trend line. Do you guys hear that knocking? Like right there? I don't know if that comes through the mic. Yeah. It's my water pipes. It's right here. It's right in the wall. Someone upstairs is running some hot water. That's what happens when someone runs hot water. So the PEX tubing that's in there must expand and contract a little bit. It's the only thing I could think of. You know, they got those little hold downs that tie to the studs. And I think they just might be a little too tight or maybe a little too loose. Yeah, it's like giving way. It's like you got, you know, what is it, like a little clamps? You got the stud here. The water pipe goes, or the PEX tubing goes through there and it kind of clamps on there. And it's a plastic fitting, so it's plastic on plastic. And if there's a little friction in there, I could see that giving way and causing a little knocking sound. One of these days, I'm probably going to tear the wall apart and redo that and see if I could fix it. But then I got to do sheetrock work, and I don't really feel like doing that. Yeah, I know it's not too bad, but then I got to paint and everything too, which also isn't too bad. Dry water would short once it hits that fair value gap because it's one to the downside. You know what's interesting here? We're starting to get that scenario that we were talking about. You see how the delta is very thin, but we're pointed up. It's got a positive slope on it. Delta is above the confirmation line. We are rounding up here. So yeah, we could hit that fair value gap and potentially go bearish, but I'm going to need the one to fall in line first if I'm going to go short there. Again, we're getting a tick up, a higher low this time above that rising delta. Delta's thin, but I don't know. That might be a good long. Kind of feels like it might be trying to consolidate a little to make a big jump. Yep, thin but rising. I would say more than half the time that is a leading indicator of where price is going to go. BTC pushing again. Still pushing. This XRP trade, if you guys missed that, this was a great one. 41.55%. I took profit. See the delta crossed under the confirmation line, and then we ticked down. At 11 p.m. last night, it took profit, and it was on an up close candle. So I got out right there. Right after taking out the 2018 high. So that was a significant level there. Looks like Doge is making some gains. I'm not in Doge. But yeah, crypto's looking pretty good. Still just consolidating here. What's it going to do? I think I'm going to... I don't know. I'm going to try a long. All right, market, pop it. Only reason why I'm doing that is because we got that rising thin delta, which is typically a leading indicator. But right now, it's looking like it wants to maybe roll over. Maybe it doesn't work this time. We'll see. So Schroden, have you seen that in any other cumulative delta indicators? I'm gonna move to break even now on this one. That's the other thing. Schroden, on Quant Tower, if you set up your buttons, the only buttons that I have are market order long, market order sell, flatten, or break even. I love that it has a break even button. You can just click that and it automatically moves right to the average of where all, like say you did a market order and they all got filled at slightly different prices. It'll put an average line there and it'll move your break even there, which is pretty cool. Now, question is, how high are we going to go here? I think I'm going to try the extreme, which is 651.75. And we could hit the fair value gap and and roll over at that point. But I like trying for the extreme, and then if I get an exit signal before that, then I can exit on that instead. But if I wanted to be super conservative, I would probably take profit right when it hits this fair value gap right there. That's the conservative exit point. But maybe we can just blast right through that. That would be nice. You think it's going to make it back to 661? Yeah, it's nice to see delta thickening here. I think it's going to blast through this fair value gap. That is a feature of the cumulative delta that many people don't know about. But it's this thin, rising, mind-boggling delta. It could even be negative. It could be negative this whole way, but as long as it's rising, I don't know if it's if it's detecting like algorithms kicking in on some timing interval or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but somehow it knows that that's where the price is going to go. A lot of the ICT traders might be trying to go short here. We'll see if they end up getting stopped out. Nice, Jay Waz. You are having a beautiful day. We got that average daily range line sitting here at 21,639. We already hit it earlier, but that's usually a resistance area as well. Come on, market, keep pushing. It's like we might get a close below the delta here. That would be a take profit point. I'm going to hold out on this one. But if I wanted to be super conservative, that's where I would take profit. Yeah, we're about to have a delta cross to the upside on the 5. We already got it on the 3. Go ahead and flip that one. The 15 is still looking really strong. Tommy, you bottom ticked that one. Yeah, this one's working out pretty good. If I can win this trade, that'll make up for my losses earlier. Put me back in the green. And that's typically how it goes. Even yesterday, I know a lot of you guys aren't going to believe it, but yesterday actually turned into a green day. After being down, what was it, 80 3 points or something like that. I feel a bull flag developing here. Delta still looks relatively strong. As long as it's strong, I want to stay with it. Or maybe not. Now it's starting to taper down. Now it's starting to show a little bit of exhaustion. Hopefully the 20 can hold it up here. Delta is actually flashing negative, so that would be another take profit point if anyone is still long here. It's not bad to go full out on those exhaustion ones. So didn't quite reach my target, but I might have to pull the plug here. And we just closed underneath the 20, so I am out. Well, at least we put a winner on the board. It kind of sucks that I lost half my profit on it, but... So the close, you know how I was saying that was the conservative exit? That's the close under Delta here at 1028. Then I would have been out at like 626. Still got 23 and a quarter. You know what's kind of nice about that is my exit was nearly right at the bottom of the fair value gap, which would be the most conservative take profit point on that one originally, had I just taken profit there. Drywater says it should push down to the fair value gap at 21,605. 21,605. And then push up? You think it's going to push up? Well, we still have a rising confirmation line. Delta is still above the confirmation line. We got the signal down in the green zone. So this does kind of have long setup written on it. We do have the delta tapering. Might turn positive again. Looks like we came down to the 50 and are trying to bounce on that. Also, this we got this little order block right here, and it tagged that perfectly. That probably would not have been a bad long entry right there. So now the question is do we take this long? We didn't quite make it near the lower power zone. So it might be, this might not be an ideal entry. I think I'm going to hold off on this one. I kind of want to get a little bit more picky with my entries today. This one still might play out, but I would be more interested if we can put in a higher low on the signal or a power zone entry. So this is probably not a bad time to get a refill. I'll be right back. Gee, you just sat down with a refill? I think this is going to be my last cup, though. The coffee pot is empty. The wife is home from work today because the kids don't have school. So there's not as much coffee available as I normally have unless I make another pot. That's all right. I probably drink too much coffee anyways. Okay. We're starting to put in a lower high. Delta's negative. It's kind of a Little bit of a delta squeeze, but it's not really. It's kind of like a delta squeeze setup, but the ones that are near the midline usually aren't that great. So not going to take that short. What's up? Hmm? Do you want to say hi? Yeah? Or are you too shy?
I'm not shy.
I'm not shy.
Dad.
There you go. People can see you. There's the camera. Wave at the camera. That's little Evelyn.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
She's 6. And you don't have school today, right?
Uh-huh.
And the big kids.
This ball. Oh.
Yep, I see it. All right, go watch TV or something. Go play with your siblings. Hmm? You need me? For what? All right, hold on a sec. Evelyn needs me for something. I'll be right back. All right, is this delta squeeze looking thing going to actually play out? We do have a negative delta, tick down under falling delta. Delta is kind of close to the confirmation line. It's not an ideal delta squeeze, but it might work. So that tick down would have been right here. We'll simulate it. We'll see if it works. So far, so good. If anybody took that. I would have preferred to see this signal come up here and then tick down. You know, the ones that are down here near the midline, those usually don't work out as well. Dry water, this could be a reversal. We'll have to see if that delta comes back under the confirmation line. Then that will be fairly likely. Still sitting on top of that 50. Do have the signal closer to the lower power zone. We are getting a tick up down here. Well, we were. It's not official. We have the delta starting to cross the confirmation line, so I'm not really interested in a long here. That delta squeeze thing, or what was kind of like a delta squeeze, is still playing out. We are seeing some momentum step back into the delta. Jason, pretty much everything in NQ is looking strong today. What do you mean by that? Do you mean like different time frames? The 15 minutes looking strong to me. The 5 is looking really weak to me. The 3 is looking weak to me. The 1, it was really strong until New York opened, and then it turned into a sack of potatoes. Oh, overall stocks are up. Yeah, if you look at the day cumulatively, then yeah, I think a lot of stocks are going to be up. Bitcoin is sure liking it. The Trump pump, almost to 105. Looks like my other trades might be gaining some steam here. Dry water thinks reversal. We did just cross under the confirmation line, so I'm now looking for shorts. And like I said, the 3 and the 5 are looking really weak. We're starting to creep into that lunch hour. We've had kind of a, pre-market was really good. We've had a choppy New York session so far. And usually when we chop in the morning, it gets better in the afternoon. So maybe we start putting in some nice moves here over lunch or after lunch. What is our ATR right now? Looks like we're sitting at about a 42 or 43 for 4 times ATR. Delta still falling, still gaining a little bit of momentum, starting to put in another tick down. Too bad it's in the green zone. We're still not really getting ideal entry points. Looks like we're on the verge of taking that swing low. Starting to put in another tick up near the power zone, not quite in it. It's not official. Price just still kind of grinding down. And we just took that swing low. If anyone was short on that last Delta squeezy thing and was looking for 31 points, you would have got it. Jaywa says, let's make a brand of popsicles called Delta Squeezes. Some red and green ones. Cherry flavored and lime. Lime and cherry. Sounds good. All right, you get on that. Maybe we can start a Delta Squeeze food truck, popsicle truck. Be trading stations inside for when it's slow. Might be kind of fun. Good deal, Schroden. You got 60 ticks on that? Yeah, normally I would have taken this one, but like I said, I'm trying to be a little bit more selective today. Go ahead and remove that since I did not take that trade. But it was a valid setup. Okay, so after taking that swing low, we are starting to put in our second tick up from the power zone. They're small, but they are there. I'm like, typically I would probably go long there if the delta is really thin, but I'm going to try to stay on the side of the confirmation line, so I'm still waiting for a short. And it's pushing down again. See, once you have this cross, at that moment, your bias should change. All that's in the playbook, by the way, if you're not familiar with that. Back to previous day high, closing in on the session VWAP. Looks like the 3 minutes going to cross back under the confirmation line here pretty soon. Schroden, regarding your crypto bots, how do you choose which of the 1,000 plus symbols to trade / monitor? That's a great question. I typically, well, I'll tell you where I started. If I go back here, if you look at my list, well, number one, I trade on Kraken, so I'm limited to whatever Kraken offers. And I don't like getting into like really obscure coins that don't have a lot of volume. Let me see if I could find some here. Yeah, like see this kind of stuff. You see how there's not a lot of data. And see when you see all these gaps in between the candles like that, the problem with trying to trade those is that it's hard to get filled. So you might have, I mean, if you're just trading like, small positions, it's probably not bad, but if you're trying to get filled and you have these gaps between hourly candles, that just tells me that there's not enough people trading it to make it worth my time. So then I move it down here to this inactive bot section. But what I try to do is I try to stick to the coins that are getting the most volume, because that kind of narrows it down to where you will get the best fills. And then from there, like even some of these are still kind of like STX is kind of one of those that's like, I don't really like to trade it. See, there's still gaps in here, but when it moves, you can get some really good numbers on it. So, I kind of eyeball it just to see if there's gaps. If there's no gaps, then I'll trade it if there's good movement. But I like to stick to, like the top 20, and then I'll have, I'll have some that are, lower market cap coins in there, because those can put up some really big numbers, but they're also a little bit more risky. So I might, trade a smaller position size on those. But I don't know. These are kind of my go-tos. Everything that you see here on this list. I know I kind of have a lot here, but you can do pretty good with those. And what I do is I spread it out across. So, I never know which coin is going to be a big runner. Like right now, Doge is a pretty big runner. XRP, this trade was awesome, and it was a really big runner. But when you spread it out across the board, it's kind of like taking an average of the entire crypto market, because when they usually all move or they all fall at the same time, but some will move more than others. And so if you kind of spread it out, then it's kind of like taking, in my mind, it's like taking an average of the entire crypto market. So I'm not married to any single coin. I could really care less what any of these things do. I just want to get a good return on an average. So I like to spread it out. But I think if you stick to like the top 10 as far as like volume goes, you could go inside like Kraken and sort. You could sort all the coins by, highest volume, and just, whatever coins that is, take the top 10. And I think if you just stick to those, you'll do pretty good. Does that answer that question? And you know, to be honest, I'm probably trading too many. I don't think you really need to trade as many as I am. It makes it harder to monitor if you're trying to monitor it. You know, if you try to simplify it, narrow it down, and maybe just trade bigger position sizes on the top 10, that might be better. There's that second tick up from the lower power zone. Looks like that would have been a decent entry there. For a long, if you were trying to trade against the confirmation line, which I'm still waiting for a short.
Are you going to Caden's game, yes or no?
Yes, I am.
Why?
I'm on stream right now, so say hi. Oh, my daughter runs out of the room. She's one of the big kids. She's 13. Okay, we still have a relatively weak delta. It's under the confirmation line. Signal is in the red zone now. So we could potentially get a tick down here, which would be a short for me. Uh, it does sort of conflict with the 3 at the moment, but the 3 could easily tick back down. The delta on the 3 is negative. So as long as that's weak, I don't mind trying to trade against that. But if you're looking for full alignment, then yeah, you could wait for the 3 to tick down first. However, if you wait, you might not get the right entry signal on the 1. That's the trade. There's always a trade-off, right? Now, if we start breaking this high here, then we're going to start putting in a little bit of a broadening formation. Even still, in that case, if we break that high, if we get the signal to go short, if it is a broadening formation, then you can expect to come back down and take that low out. So I guess I would still take that. Gus the Trader. Good afternoon, Tommy. Did you ever check out that X Control order flow tool I mentioned to you a few weeks ago? This trigger would blend well with your net delta system. No, you know what? I wrote that down and I never had a chance to check it out. Thanks for reminding me, though. Okay. Delta is negative on the 1. Got about 9 seconds here. Might potentially get a tick down here. Nope, not yet. Got another minute to wait. But it does help to see that delta starting to roll over like that. So if I see that it's under the confirmation line, I will short this tick down if we get it. Thanks, Gus. I appreciate that. Still waiting here. Looks like the delta's trying to fire up a little bit. See if the bulls can pull out of this. We just took that swing high. The bulls might take it back here. That's the most strength in the delta we've seen in a while. Gus the Trader, I'm about your age, and we see all these kids on YouTube, and they have no clue, nor can they mentor with a good full system and risk management. Well, there is a lot of that going on, that's for sure. So I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Bulls are still trying to push here. We are getting some strength back in the delta, but we also have the signal in the upper power zone. So shorts are still on the table for me. Wow, Gus, you've been in the game a while. Started day trading in 2000 and trade for a living the last 30 years and need to adapt every 5 or 6 years. Upskill and adapt or die. Yeah, I think the markets are constantly evolving and changing. That is for sure. There's always room to adapt and room to improve. I think that's one of the things that keeps me going with this, because it is challenging. And all my life, everything I've tried to do, I've, for the most part, been able to accomplish. In trading has been the one thing that has challenged me the most, I think. You know, I've started businesses that were pretty successful, and I've done a lot of things. Trading is not easy. And I guess I'm the type of person who... Oh, did we just get a tick down there? Almost. I'm the type of person who likes a challenge, and I like to figure things out, and I guess that's why I've stuck with this for so long. The high time frame, or the HFT algos, have changed the market drastically in the last 10 years. The high frequency trading, yes, they have. Okay, I got to pay attention here. Looks like we have a short coming up. And I'm short. From 598.50. Got the VWAP sitting down here at 506. So for my extreme target, I think I'm going to target the VWAP if we can get there. Might not be able to get there, but I like setting an extreme target just in case. And we're starting to put in another tick up from the upper power zone. So I might have to pull this one potentially. Can always get back in if it prints a lower high. And I'm going to trail my stop there, and then I just got hit. So that was 8 3/4. All right. Waiting for the next one. Gus says it's the best job in the world after you develop your edge in systems. It is nice. It is fun. It's still challenging, though. It's never easy. At least not yet for me. There's new analysis that is emerging called position analysis. It breaks down the order flow of high frequency trading and options dealers. Sounds interesting. I haven't heard of it. Jay Waz, the trick is consistency in keeping your profits, which is risk management. That is very true. I always say it's more about learning how to lose as opposed to learning how to win. Overall, that's how you end up keeping your profits. Best loser wins. Yep. I still have yet to read that book, though. Is it on Amazon? Best loser wins. Oh. Looks like there's a audiobook available for free with a trial of Audible. By Tom Hugard. Is that the one? Yeah, I'll check that out. We just put in our second takedown from the top. Might be a good short. We're back in this fair value gap. But at the same time, we got the delta ramping up back above the confirmation line, so it's not ideal, put it that way. It's all around psychology of winning and losing, mental battles. The psychology does play a huge part, that is for sure. That's always, I think, the biggest thing that I'm up against. You know, like, it's like if I lose 3 trades in a row, psychologically, even if I get a setup that looks good, it's always hard to take that 4th trade for me still. And that ends up being the one that goes, you know? So yes, that is a big factor. However, I have noticed, at least for me personally, that all of the psychological games have improved drastically after sizing down my position. It's like if you get to the point where you're sized down so much that you really just don't even care if it's a winner or loser, that's when you can actually start performing well. So if every time you take a trade and you're like clenching your fist and you're sweating, that's a good sign that your position size is just too big. And it definitely affects your decision making. So when you can size down enough to the point where you just don't really care if it's a winner or loser, and you can do that over the course of 20 plus trades, then you're probably sized appropriately. Gus the Trader, I can across first market principle about 5 years ago that Elon is famous for and broke down the question, what really moves price? Order flow was the answer. Well, and that's kind of why I like the cumulative delta, because it's in a way based on order flow. Schroden, Tom likes holding trades a long time and is fine with a low win rate, which is fine, but I think he oversteps where he sometimes acts like that's the only right way to trade. You're speaking of Tom Hugard, I assume, right? Yeah. Well, I also like holding a long time, and if you guys have been following my channel since the beginning, you know that my win rate typically is not very high, but I most days come out green. And the reason why is because of holding those winners longer. So there definitely is something to that. I think my live win rate is usually in the low 40s. I know I can get it higher. I need to work on that. But you can still be profitable with less than a 50% win rate, that's for sure. And I think that's one thing that a lot of traders get hung up on. They think you have to have like a 80, 90% win rate in order to be profitable, which is definitely not true. Who was it that just recently posted those stats on all the prop firms, and the biggest profitable traders, they all had like low 40s win rates? Yeah, Gus, I agree with you. Your risk reward is really, that's what really matters. So it's like yesterday. Yeah, that's a prime example. Yesterday, my win rate was terrible. And I was down like 80 some points. And just that one trade at the end of the day, I went over this earlier. Not the very end of the day, but this one trade right here. I got 86.5 points on that one. And then I got another small winner just before that, which was another 13.25. And so between those two trades, out of all the losers I had that day, just those two trades alone, I was able to get back in the green. And then this trade, I wasn't around for this, but had I been around, I definitely would have shorted that. We got the delta crossing on the confirmation line. That's a beautiful entry for a short there. And if you take that all the way down to the first high or low in the lower power zone, I mean, you get like the entire move on that. 148 points. So you could just have one of those and totally changes your whole day. And that kind of stuff happens to me all the time. So win rate is, and that's part of the reason why I show my wins and losses on the screen, because I'm trying to show that win rate doesn't really matter. It is definitely a variable, but it's not the be all end all. Gus, when I broke up my setups in the grades A, B, C with different bet size, it changed by equity curve. But you need 10,000 hours to qualify your trades with grades. I know a lot of guys do that. I have not done that personally yet. You know, as far as like grading your A, B, and C setups and use different position sizes on each one. I'm kind of steering more in that direction. Like I actually, today when I woke up this morning, I went in with the mindset that, okay, I'm going to trade with the confirmation line. But if I trade against the confirmation line, I'm definitely going to, keep a smaller target, like 125 ticks max. I haven't really taken any of those yet, I don't think. But if I do, I'm going to target 125. If I'm trading with the confirmation line, then I'm going to let it run to an extreme point or just follow the exit signal on the delta, and that'll usually give me the biggest risk to reward. Uh-oh, JWAZ is trying to short here. We got two lower highs. However, JWAZ, you got the delta going against you. You got a rising delta. And we just crossed above that rising delta. Still might work out, but you also have, did we touch this order block here? Looks like we almost touched it. That could give you a move to the downside. But what you really want to see is you want to see this delta start to roll down and exhaust, go negative. So you might have got a good early entry on that one. We'll see. I'm starting to see a little exhaustion now. This fair value gap was, for the most part, mitigated already. So I'm going to move that over. The 5-minute I've had sitting here is bearish this whole time, but it is above the confirmation line, so I guess I should probably move that to bullish. 15 is still definitely bullish, and the 3. So we are in full bull mode, except for the 1. Since we're rounding down here. So JWAZ, looks like your trade is working out pretty well. And dry water. The Lux Algo Liquidity Voids Indicator. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. We do got a decent sized displacement candle to the downside, back to the 50. So will the one go back under the confirmation line? Or is this just a pullback for a move higher? It's kind of feeling like we're going to go higher here. Got the delta above the confirmation line, and we are ticking up. It is in the red zone. I kind of want to take this long. You know, all the shorts are going to get stopped out here in a second. I just went long on that. I know the tick up is in the red zone, but I don't care. I'm going long. 622.75 is where I'm in. Got this little bit of chop in the delta here, which I can hopefully use to my advantage. A lot of people went short there, so they get stopped out. We could run up here, take out the high, continue higher, potentially. Or is it gonna use me as liquidity here? Ay, ay, ay. Of course it would do that. Any other time, this would break that high. That's it. Back up you go. So I am seeing a little bit of a delta squeezy looking thing here for a short. So it looks like I am going to have to exit this. I'm out. And I'm short. Lost 8.5 on that. And I am short from, let's see here, 613.75. And again, I went short because we got a tick down underneath a falling delta. I thought we were going to bust through the high there, but market said nope. There we go. Push her down. Bulls are still fighting here. They're trying to. All right, now we came back down. We were ticking up there for a second. JWS says 1 more minute on the 5-minute candle close, and then we will have almost a delta squeezy thing over there. But what we got going against us there is we got that positive delta slope. You really want a negative slope on those, but hey, if we can get the 1 to fall in line, that might pull the 5 down. We did put in a tick up there from the green zone, but I'm going to hold on to this one. Ideally, I want this to stay under the 8. If we put in a higher low on the signal here, we close above the 8, I got to pull it. So hopefully the bears can push her back down. Come on, bears. No? Are they saying no? All right, putting in that higher low. I got to pull it. We just closed above. So that's minus 4 1/4. Tough day today so far. Got more chop setting in. See, the 3 and the 5 are still pointed up. That's what's going against us if we're trying to short here. We got the 1 that briefly went under the confirmation line, but now we're going back above already. It's looking like longs are back on the table. Looks like it's going to want to take out that high after all. Let's see if I could snag a long on the 8. We got the delta turning back up on the 1. Still rising on the higher time frames. Everything's looking long. Delta back above the confirmation line on the 1. Gosh, one thing that has helped me in the last few years is breaking my setup into 3 buckets: trend, range, and reversal. For the most part, I do the same thing. That's all laid out in the playbook. In the playbook that I wrote, it talks about identifying the market condition first, and then apply the setups that apply to that specific market condition. And it talks about trends, reversals, ranges. So I do try to do that. Sometimes it's still difficult to identify the right market that you're in. All right, I'm canceling my order. I never got picked up on that. Speaking of market conditions, how would you categorize this? You know, we've been basically stuck inside this range ever since we opened today. Speaking of, let's look at the 15-minute range. So until 8:44, this is the low. All right, here's the 15-minute range. We've been stuck inside the 15-minute range all day since the market opened. And anytime we're stuck inside the 15-minute range, you can expect it to be kind of nasty and choppy. So I would not say that we're trending. On a micro level, we do have a bit of a trend here, but not much. Still got a rising delta there on the 1. If we get a tick up above this rising delta, that would be a potential long setup. It's not ideal again because we're up there in the red zone, but it could be a valid long. Now we're starting to see more exhaustion in that delta. It's turning negative now. And starting to roll over again. The ATR value is also pretty darn low right now. It's at a 31. It's almost getting to the point where I don't trade it. If it starts getting to be like a 25 or less, then I'm going to stop trading. Because then you're just asking to lose money in the chop. Yeah, when price doesn't move, it's hard to make money. Price has to go somewhere. I don't care if it goes up or down, it just has to move. Well, we got the noon candle coming up here in 2 minutes, so a lot of times that'll kick it into gear. If not noon, the 12:30 candle usually does. Hey, Stealth. It could be better. It's not great. Trading was great prior to the New York Open. but I wasn't around for it. That would have been a monster trade had I got up at like 6:30 this morning. But I didn't. I got here late. Ugh. It does look like it's still trying to push up, though. It should be favoring the long side since Delta is still above the confirmation line. We're starting to put in another new micro high. Delta is still dangerous, though. Let's see what Bitcoin's got going on. Could be take profit area on Bitcoin. And NQ is dropping again. Just put in another little delta squeezy thing. Not quite a delta squeeze, but it looks like it. Yeah, dry water. I wish I was up early to catch that move. And here we are left with the scraps. All the guys who made all their money are gone now. They're enjoying their Friday. Stealth says careful. Looks like chop to me when the signal line goes from the power zone to power zone and price doesn't move. Yep, we can see it. I got it marked out here. That's our little chop zone. But you know, I said that the 12 o'clock candle usually moves things. That's right here. That's the big candle down, if you call that a big candle. That was the higher, or I'm sorry, the lower high that it put in on the signal. A little bit of bearish divergence going on there, but yeah, you got to be careful. I don't want to trade that. Gus, you DCA every month into Bitcoin? You know, if you like to DCA into Bitcoin, a good way to do that is using the bots. For example, if you like to DCA, good points to DCA are when the delta crosses above the confirmation line. Throw some in there and then wait until it does it again way down here near that lower power zone. Add more, add more. That cycle happens over and over again right here. And then you're not just throwing it in at the top somewhere. You're always getting it in on the dips. Right here. You can easily have a bot do that. At least in my mind, it makes more sense to put a little bit of logic behind how you DCA in instead of just put it in whenever. You do the 1st and 15th of the month? Yeah. That's one way to do it. I know Michael Saylor doesn't care when he gets in. He just buys whenever. Well, it appears we're getting some strength back into the delta now. We just took this high. Now we're starting to work on the prior high. JWaz, I would agree with you, and that's why I'm saying I think you can put some logic around it to actually have it perform better for you. So I do think just throwing money in whenever works, but I think there's a better way. Personally, that's just me. Schroden, do you have bot templates for this indicator to key off of rather than constructing them from scratch? I mean, I can show you how I have mine set up, but you do have to create it from scratch, which doesn't take very long. It takes a while if you want to actually push it out across multiple coins. You know, I wish TradingVIew had a way where you could just come in here and let's see. Well, let's take XRP for example. Like, I wish there was a way to go and take all of these alerts that I have for XRP and just like be able to export them in like a JSON format or something like that. And then allow, say I wanted to take all these alerts and send it to you guys. It'd be nice if I could just export these and then have you guys import them and then just change like your bot URL that's on there. Because every one of these has a bot URL on it. But there's not really a way to do that. If TradingVIew made that possible, it would be a lot easier, but they don't. At least not that I'm aware of. So you know, the only other option is for me to just show you what I did, how I have these set up, what alerts I have, and then you can just tie it into your own bot through TOMMYBOTS. You know, I was thinking about possibly doing that and putting a video together that shows how I have my bots configured. And then if you guys wanted to copy those, you could certainly do that. I've always been kind of reluctant to show exactly what I do, just because I've always kind of been in the mindset that, okay, well, if everybody is taking the exact same entries and the exact same exits, then maybe it wouldn't perform as well for me. But I don't know. The markets are so big and there's so many coins. I think if you spread it out, I don't really think it would really matter a whole lot. I mean, unless I had a lot of people on the service, and I don't think I have, you know, I don't think I have enough people on the service to really make that much of a difference. So maybe I can show people until there's too many people in the system. And then maybe I could, then we could just keep it a little secret, maybe. I don't know. Something I've been thinking about, but. And that doesn't mean that you guys have to, you know, if I show you what I'm doing, you don't have to do exactly that. Here, if I go back to XRP, for example, I mean, you notice I got a lot of different alerts here that aren't turned on. So I got one here for buying higher lows on the signal. I got another for buying power zones. I got another for my exits, for my take profit. But depending on what I see in the charts, I might turn these off. You know, I might hit pause on this, and then, you know, I might want to take profit on the next lower high for whatever reason, and then I could just start these up at a click of a button. And, you know, you guys might have a whole different take profit method or entry method, and you might want to add some steps to these. So for example, my power zone entries, I have 3, see how it says 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3? So all 3 of these alerts have to line up in order for it to buy in this lower power zone. And it's basically looking to see, like, is the delta above or below the confirmation line? If it's below, like in this case, so even though we ticked up, it is not buying me into a new position there because the delta is under the confirmation line. So that's why I have multiple alerts for that. So in TOMMYBOTS, those are called group alerts. There's multiple alerts that have to line up in order to execute a trade. And that's what makes TOMMYBOTS unique over all the other services that are out there, is that you can create these combinations of conditions on multiple indicators or the same indicator if you want to. And then when everything lines up, it'll execute the trade for you. So without doing any coding or anything, you're just configuring alerts in TradingView. So it's a pretty straightforward way to do it. But like I said, you guys might have other indicators or other things that you want to add to that, or, you know, change it so we don't all have to necessarily run the exact same bots out there. Gus says, applying your systems to proper market conditions is the only way us non-quant math PhDs have a shot. Well, back to NQ. Looks like we're in this upper order block now. It does appear that it might want to try to push through this. The delta's looking pretty strong. We're finally breaking outside of that 15-minute range for the first time. We've been stuck in that all day. Schrodin, in all likelihood, most people would fine-tune it and end up with differences over time. That's exactly what I was thinking. And I probably just had a long-winded way of saying that, but yeah, I agree. I think, you know, everyone kind of has their own way that they like to trade. So, and you know what's funny about traders is they always think that they know better than the other person. So even if someone who's really successful shows somebody exactly how to trade, odds are that person is going to want to do it differently, and they're gonna you know, put their own little spin on it. That's just how traders are. So I agree with you. Even if I showed you guys exactly what I was doing, odds are you guys would change it anyway. Especially after it loses a couple times. That's another thing, is a lot of people, they don't have the patience or the will to actually watch it play out over time. They would maybe get a couple losers on the board and then throw it in the trash and look for something else. K. John, they want to test that 21661 area one more time that I mentioned earlier. I have a short order at it. 21661. We are right there. We'll see what it does here. $15, $5, and $3 are still looking pretty darn bullish at the moment. Let's see what that hourly's looking like. Hourly's looking pretty darn bullish too. Gus, you're doing AI automation? That sounds interesting. Well, take it easy to you too. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Schrodin, what's been your longest losing streak for your bots? Well, that's a good question. I'm not really sure if I could answer that because the last couple years, I feel like I've been constantly constantly changing my rules for my bots. And I'm always trying to improve them. So, like with my most recent rules, I don't think I've been running it long enough to really give you a good answer on that. But the key, I think, is still like keeping your losers small. And I think the bot is usually pretty good about that. This last go around was probably one of my bigger losses. Let me see if I could find that. On this downside here. Let me look at Bitcoin. That might be easier to show. Yeah, this section right here. My bots had trouble with this on the altcoins. Not on Bitcoin necessarily, but on the altcoins. They really bled through this whole thing right here. And I don't, with my bots, I'm not using a stop, like an explicit stop currently. I'm just using a tick down, or any tick down when the delta is under the confirmation line. So if I don't get that and the price keeps dropping, I could actually have a significant loss in there. Let me see, what was I think ADA was a good. Well, so like with ADA here. So my bot bought right here, and I was up 12%. And then see how it's just kind of, it was this slow bleed. Sometimes it has trouble with like a slow bleed like that. You know, the delta's far above the confirmation line, but my bot is programmed to take profit when you get a tick down when it's under the confirmation line. So I expected this to keep moving up, but we moved back underneath, and then the first tick down we got was right here. So I actually ended up getting out right there on this tick down. And so I lost a little bit, but I was up like 12%. And then right after that, it takes off. But again, my bot doesn't buy when the delta's under the confirmation line. So this whole move up kind of threw it for a loop a little bit. And so now that it's back above, it's waiting for pullbacks from this lower power zone. So it would have bought here had this signal moved further down into the power zone and then ticked up. It would have bought that, and it would have bought this one too. Or if it puts in, like if this was a higher low to this one, like right here, it would have bought that too. So in this particular example, I kind of got screwed on this whole run up. You know, I was just in a little too early. So, you know, it's not perfect. And I don't think any bot that you find out there is going to be perfect. But generally speaking, buying and going long after this cross in this zone is where you want to go long. And it'll usually keep you in for the duration. So as long as the delta stays above that confirmation line, it's going to keep you in until it starts going back below. And that is how you get these giant moves like this on XRP. Delta crossed above the conf right there. And then we got the higher low tick up, so that's where it bought. And even though here the delta pulled under the confirmation line, we never got a tick down while it was under, so it kept me in. And it kept me in for the whole duration until it fell back below, and then right there, boom, took me out near the top. Well, what so far appears to be the top. It could continue higher. And so this is like exactly what I want my bots to do. And then hopefully the delta will continue on down somewhere in here. We'll go into a little bit of a downtrend or pullback. And then the process starts all over again. We'll go back up above the confirmation line. We'll buy somewhere in here and then do it all over again. Get rid of my chicken scratch. So I guess that doesn't really answer your question though. What is my biggest losing streak? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Because there's going to be coins that lose and there's going to be coins that win all within the same period, and I'm not really tracking it on like a coin level. I'm looking at it more so as like overall across an average of all the coins. Anyway, back to NQ. Looks like we're getting closer and closer to trying to take out that high. Delta is pushed all the way up against the ceiling, and it is starting to taper, so if I was long, that's certainly a take profit point right there. Higher time frames are still looking pretty bullish. Starting to see some exhaustion in that delta now. Wrote an okay, cool noted. I think that will make an interesting and fun project. I'll sign up soon. Cool. Yeah, if I would make a suggestion, I would say just kind of start small, you know. Start with the smaller position size and kind of get a feel for how the bot works, and you know, make any adjustments as necessary. And then once you're comfortable with how things are performing for you, then you could start sizing things up. Stealth or just full ported is another option. That's always an option. Usually doesn't go too well if you do that. It actually, the only time that goes well is like for beginners. The person who's never traded before will go full port on something and they'll make a lot of money, and then they think it's easy. They're going to buy a Lambo, and then they eventually get taught the hard lesson. Hey, John, are you short? I know you were planning on going short there. Looks like you're probably in the money. We are seeing the delta roll over on the 1. Be nice to see maybe the 3 or 5 start to fall in line with that. And maybe get a nice short setup. You know what would be really nice, that would make today worth it, is if we can fail to take out that high and have a nice short opportunity present itself after the delta crosses under the confirmation line, and then maybe come down and take out this low. Which is at 481. What would be even cooler is if we came all the way back down to where we started today at like 345-ish. That would make for a cool end to the week. I mean, if you're just day trading. If you're in a bunch of stocks, probably not. Still, if you're short too, hopefully it's a good one for you. It's funny that you mentioned that, trading the 15-second charts, because I've been thinking about doing that recently. I know, Jaywaz, you and I were talking about that, yesterday a little bit? But I would not mind taking a closer look at the 15-second and 30-second. I've never actually traded that before. But, if I put the 1 minute over here and then have like a 15 or 30-second to the left and just try to, scalp some smaller moves, or get into, try to trigger moves on the bigger time frames, that could work out really nice. Speaking of, there's a short setup that just occurred here on the 15-second, right there at 3:33, 1233. Right before that candle. And that is one of my favorite setups. You get the confirmation line cross and wait for the signal to come down here, back up here, tick down for the short. So that is playing out so far. Question I'd have is, how do you weed out all of the increase in bad signals? Well, I don't think you would necessarily have to. You know, like all of this is fractal. It's just faster. The signals are the same. You know, like the one I just pointed out, like that's my favorite setup. So maybe you just wait for the absolute best signals that are your favorites and ignore everything else. They should come faster. There should be a lot more of those opportunities. In this case, I would have been in right there. Let's see what that would have been if you got in on that candle close. You know, since then it moved 15 points. Like I said, if you're looking for smaller targets, just trying to get in and out really quick, that might not be a bad deal. Yeah, I definitely want to backtest it, but I don't necessarily think there's going to be a lot of bad signals you have to filter out. Here it is again. You got the cross right there. There's the short. And look at, I went long there. But had I been on the 15 second, I would have got short, and I would have actually probably made some money right there. Same thing going up here. You got the cross, and then you got the right here. You'd be long right there. So I'm not convinced that you would necessarily be dealing with a whole lot of, you know, not any more noise than you normally deal with. It's just faster. But I would like to backtest that as well and prove that to be true. $50 MA bounce here. Yeah, we got the 50. We are ticking up from the lower power zone. I'm still going to stay away because we had that delta cross, and I told myself today I'm only trading in the direction of those crosses. Now by doing that, I know I'm leaving some opportunity on the table, but hopefully I can get rid of some losers that way. But as you can see from my stats today, that's not really helping me all that much. But that's because we've been stuck in this stupid 15-minute range, and there hasn't really been a trend at all. Stealth. So now you would wait for the line to go back to the red zone and tick down on the 1 minute. Correct. But not just tick down. Like I want to see that the delta is still weak. So if the delta is just kind of flatlined like this and still has a negative slope to it, and we see the signal pull up here, that power zone, for example, and tick down. If it ticks down and the delta is still red or negative and flat and weak and underneath this confirmation line, then yeah, I want to take that short. If the delta starts to gain more strength and look like it's going to crawl back above the confirmation line, then I'm not so interested in that. But my short switch is turned on. I'm looking for shorts. Well, that's interesting. We are getting a tick down from the green zone here. I don't know why the market won't just give me the setup that I'm looking for. But this is a potential short here. It's just not ideal. So I'm going to sit on my hands, wait a little bit. What I was just saying is interesting, though. A little bit change of subject. I don't think I've ever told you guys this, but I went to Germany for back surgery in 2018. And so I have 2 artificial discs in my spine. My lower lumbar, my L3-4 and L4-5. Anyway, so since I had surgery there, I've been a liaison for this clinic in Germany where I had surgery. So anytime they get anybody who's like somebody coming from the United States, they send them to me to help answer questions and help them get organized for their trip out there and whatnot. Anyway, so one of my past patients that went over there, she says that she lives in Florida and she says she purchased a shark bands, which is a strong magnetic field device which deters sharks away. She says, when I received the product, it came with a notice to consult a doctor if I have any implanted devices. I've never heard of shark bands before, electromagnetic device. Have you guys? No, it has nothing to do with trading, but I thought that was interesting. Anyway, it looks like this short is playing out here. If anybody took that less than ideal entry, Jaywa says, no, I think a hungry shark don't care.
Yeah, I'm curious if something like that would actually work. But if the shark's hungry enough, you're probably right. They probably don't care. Especially if they're coming in at a high speed. Jaywa says, someday I want to shark dive in a cage with great whites. Well, you can do that. I don't think I'd want to do that. I'm fine staying on dry land. You swam with whale sharks in Mexico, huh? I can't say I've ever done that. I've been to Mexico. I might have unknowingly swam with them. Well, we put in our second tick up from the lower power zone. We'll see if that pushes us back up for a proper short setup. Good point, Schroden. Schroden says, brilliant business given how rare shark attacks are. Anytime someone is not eaten by a shark, it can be thanks to the band. Exactly. Brilliant business. Well, if anyone was short in that one and put their stop at break even, you would have got stopped out right there. Still waiting for a proper short setup. Now, if the delta starts gaining strength to the downside after it's tapering like this, and we put in a lower high on the signal in the green zone, I might take that short. One says, I have an anti-alien abduction band she might like too. Well, that's probably a good business idea. Free business idea for anybody out there who wants to take it. It's funny, last night I was watching a alien show, or not alien show specifically, but a UFO documentary. That's part of the reason why I was up so late, and I got up late this morning. It was they were talking about it on Joe Rogan with you guys know who James, what is it, James Fox? Not Jamie Foxx, James Fox. He's got a documentary called The Program, and it's about it's available on Amazon, but it's about the government and their disclosure of all the UFO stuff. I fell asleep, but I want to go back and watch it. I think I got like 30% of the way through and I fell asleep. All right, we are putting in a lower high. The delta is showing more strength to the downside. I said I might go short on this. I would prefer if it was closer to the 8 SMA. I went ahead and threw a limit order in there. I don't like entering on those big candles, so wasn't really ideal setup. But I'll take it near the 8. Schroden says, I'm no fun at parties. The older I get, the fewer conspiracy theories I believe. I was just going to say, I think I'm the opposite of you then, because I never used to believe in any conspiracy theories, but man, over the last few years, it seems like they just keep coming true, one after another. Good point, Jay Waz. The difference between a conspiracy theory and truth is a few months. Pretty much. At least that's what it would appear like. Moving your TP to 21,612. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, that's a decent support level. My 200 is down here at 606. We could be heading for that. Well, I did not get tagged in on that short. Just not getting very many ideal entries today. And the ones I have taken haven't worked. All right, I'm going to cancel that order. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. I'll be back in 2 minutes. What'd I miss? Did you get your TP, Jwaz? Nice. That was nice. Looks like had I taken that trade and let it play out, it would have got 31 points, 125 ticks. But I did not take that trade. Well, my wife is home, so I was trying to convince her to make me some lunch. Normally, she's not here, and I got to make my own lunch. So she said maybe. I told her to surprise me. We'll see what she comes up with. But I never get to trade like later in the afternoon because I always have to leave and get the kids from school, but kids don't have school today. So I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just stream the whole day today, and maybe we can get some good trades during power hour. It's like yesterday. Gosh, I wish I was around for that. I want to look at that trade once more because that was such a perfect textbook setup. The end of the day yesterday after I had to leave. Wait, where is it? Right here. We got our confirmation line cross. And then signal pulls up to the red zone, ticks down. There's your entry. And Delta's falling the whole time. Once we get thick like this, then my whole exit strategy changes. So hold throughout this whole thickness here. I would have exited here if we got a delta squeeze, but we never got the delta squeeze. So the signal went back underneath the delta. Delta stayed negative the whole time. And then this is the first higher low it puts in. Beautiful. 148 points. So hopefully we get something like that today. And that will change my whole day. So I'm sticking around. I just need some food. You know, the whole 1 to 2 p.m. time of day usually kind of sucks, though. We'll see if anything shows up here in the next hour, but it's usually kind of a down time. Uber Eats delivered to the doggy door. Well, Delta is still far under the confirmation line, so I'm still looking for a short. Oh, you got a dentist appointment, huh? That's no fun on a Friday. Are you going to get back in time to trade the end of day or no? Yeah, JWAS, you've been doing pretty good. Hey, speaking of, this is my setup here. We got the tick down coming, and I'm short. So I got to pay attention. Now for this one, I'm just going to get rid of my take profit altogether. And I'm just going to play the cumulative delta signals. So I'm short from 631.50. Will we get a big drop? I don't know, but if we are, this is usually where it happens. Come on, baby. If you took it down to session VWAP, that would be about 63 points if we can get there. If we break the 200. Here it comes. If you take it down to VWAP, looks like that'd be about 108 points. If we can get there, which is totally doable. Might even be able to get to this order block down here, which is, let's see. If we get there, that'd be 128 points. Hopefully we just get a giant flush right here. And if we take it all the way down here, oh God, that'd be awesome. All right, Jay Waz, have a good one. We'll see you Tuesday, I guess. All right, we're back down to the 200. We did just take out that little swing low there. And for that reason, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Hopefully she keeps pushing through though. All right, let's see a giant flush here. Let's go. Marcus Knight, what are your settings? I have 14,375. Let's see. My settings are in the playbook if you download my template. However, yeah, I'm 14,375 as well. Estimated. I used the estimated source. Now it's trying to put in this higher low tick up here, but I'm going to ignore that. If we put in a higher low, I'm just going to leave my stop at break even. And hopefully it'll reject on the 20 here and turn back down. Bulls are trying to push it back up here. I might get stopped out at break even, but oh, so close. It almost took me out there. All right, now reject and dump. It was literally one tick away from my stop. And it just got me. So that's all right. We'll just see if it sets up again. Sometimes that happens. The 3 is trying to put in a higher low on the signal. The tapering delta. 3 still is bearish though, so I should go ahead and flip that over. The 5 is still bullish technically. The 15 is kind of losing steam. So that could have been a winner there, but I was looking for a bigger move. Looks like it went 22.5 points. If there's going to be a big move, it's this is usually a really good setup. We'll see if we try to reject again here off the 50. K. John, did I hear you say, or did I hear you one time say that your bot system can be programmed to trade on with indicators you use in TradingView? Yeah, that's exactly what it was designed for. So it's not like other bots that have like logic built in that you don't really have access to. Like you're the one that comes up with the logic through your indicators. And so as long as you can create an alert in TradingView off your indicator for whatever condition you're looking for, then you can group multiple conditions together. And when they all line up within whatever time window you want, then it'll execute the trade off of whatever indicators those are. So it's kind of a unique outside the box way of looking at bots. By the way, I just went short again on that tick down. So we did set up for this a second time. So I'm in at 628. All right. Second time's a charm. Maybe it works this time. So yeah, K. John, it works very differently than I think any other automated trading system that you've probably run across. So you basically just create these alerts in TradingView off of any indicators that you want. So you can even combine indicators together if you want. And then when everything lines up, it will either execute the trade on the exchange if you want, or you can just have it send you like a text message alert so that you can manually trade it. So you could say, you know, let's say that you have like 5 different indicators and, you know, this one condition needs to occur in one and this other condition needs to occur in the other and so on. And when they all occur, say within the same hourly candle, or you can create any sort of time window that you want. So you can say that they all have to occur within 45 minutes of each other, you know, whatever you want, you put that in there. And when they all line up relative to each other, then it either sends you an alert or executes the order. All right, well, so far so good on this trade. Still waiting for a big flush, if we can get it. If we take it to VWAP, it'd still be about 104 points. If you take it to the extreme, to that lower order block, well, that might not even be the extreme. It could cruise all the way down there if it wants to. But that would be a conservative target, I think. 502.75, somewhere in there. Potentially. If we can get this to turn down, we still got to break the 200. The bulls are still trying to fight here. Got a lot of chop in the delta. So this trade might not end up working out. But we got to try it if it's the setup. What's our ATR is at 36. Yeah, it looks like this probably is gonna be a loser here. And we ticked up. I'm underwater, so I pulled it. It's gonna be another 10-point loss. Anyway, K. John, very nice. So no coding. Wow, good for you. We'll have to check it out. No, there's not. There's not any. There's code involved. It's all kind of done behind the scenes for you. But from a user perspective, there's not really any coding. There's a code generator that is part of the platform that you go in and you basically put in your rules in there and you click a button and it generates a little code snippet for you. Just to give you an example here, I'll go back to XRP and I'll edit this alert. And you see this code snippet right here? So there's a code generator that generates this for you. And you basically just click a button to copy it and you paste it in here. And then it does what it has to do. But it's put together in a way that you can still like read this like pretty logically. So there's an action in here. So it says cancel, then you tell it what action you want it to do. In this case, I have cancel then buy. And what that means is if I have any open limit orders, it's going to cancel them first and then it's going to buy after it cancels those orders. So it'll replace any orders that are certainly floating around. And this is a little variable for the price that the instrument is when this alert executes, or when this alert is triggered. Whatever the price is, it's going to put that in here, and then it's going to send that over to the bot. So if you want to do a limit order, so right here it says order type limit. If you want to do a limit order at the current price, then it's going to basically pull out the current price when the alert triggers. And in this case, I'm using 8% of my account for the, so that basically does the bot will connect to the exchange, look up your account, figure out how much you have available for funds, and then it'll auto calculate 8% of that and use that for the trade. And you can use 1%, you can use whatever you want. You can use a specific dollar value if you want. It's totally up to you. And then this just says I'm using a group alert
this is alert number 1 of a total of 3, so it knows that it has to wait for 2 more alerts to come in before it executes the order. And then this is the group window, so I have it defined as 20 minutes. So basically what that means is all 3 alerts have to be received within 20 minutes of each other. So let's say that you receive alert number 1 and 10 minutes pass by, you receive alert number 2, and then another 20 minutes pass by and you receive alert number 3. Well, now it's outside the 20-minute window, so then it starts over. And so they all have to line up relative to each other within that 20 minutes. And you can use whatever you want. You can use 1 minute, you can use an hour, you can say a day. So you get to define whatever time window that you want. So that's basically how that works. But like I said, the code generator generates the code for you, so you don't actually have to type in all of the, all of those variables and everything. That's totally up to you to do in the interface. The interface makes it easy to set that up. All right, now we're getting a tick down from the upper power zone. This one might be the one that actually goes. I think I still have to give it a try. I'm short again. $634.75. And we did take out that other swing high, which is usually not bad to go short there. Unless the bulls really want to take over and get this delta back above the confirmation line, then we're in trouble. Can the bears pull her back down? This is the last chance. Did I say bulls? If I did, I meant bears. Come on, bears. You can do it. Step it up. Starting to show a little more exhaustion in the delta now. It's a good sign.
Jay Was, you're still here? Driving and streaming? Well, if you missed what has happened so far, we've tried this short 3 times. We're on the 3rd time. The first one was a break even. The second one was a small loss. And this one is so far working in our favor, but we're not out of the woods yet. We got that weak delta turning over. So we need to see some aggression start to step in here. And then the primary target would be this swing low. But if we can get past that and lose the 200, we could start moving pretty fast. And I still think there's a good chance we could come down and hit the VWAP. I do not have a static TP set. So just going to try to follow the indicator. We did officially get a tick down on the 3. It wasn't in the red zone, however. It is in the lower half. But hopefully the 1 can finally fall in line and push her down. I'm going to move my stop to break even here, though. Just in case the bulls decide to really step it up. Starting to show a higher low on the signal, but the delta is heading down with a negative slope, so the bears should still have the upper hand here. Just don't touch my break even, please. And it got me. Got more chop in the delta now. Yeah, the market just kind of sucks today. Well, I'd say the Bears still have a chance if they could put in a lower high on the signal with the weak delta. It's still under the confirmation line. Now we're just kind of chopping that the 20. We're above, then below. Now we're going back above. Chopping the 20, we're chopping the 8. Just not very good trading conditions right now. The delta is still weak, though, so there's a chance. There's still a chance for the Bears here. It was just flashing negative again. So if we put in a lower high on the signal, I will give it another shot. Jason Richardson, we have a windstorm going on in Midland. Internet spotty. I'm done with 20 points green on the day. Awesome. Every day that you can end green is a good day. Thank you, Tommy and all. Great group. If anyone is watching, is here where I'm headquartered out of, Landman. Landman. I forgot if you were in Texas. Schroden, so you're saying there's a chance. There's still a chance. However, that delta's starting to turn up now. We're about to cross the confirmation line again. If that happens, then I'd say it's off the table for the Bears. Well, thanks, Jason. Thanks for stopping by, and you have a good day, good weekend. Hopefully we see you next week. Okay. Here's the lower high, but delta is right on the verge of crossing the confirmation line. So it is I'd call that a low quality setup, but it could potentially be a short. I'm personally not super interested in that one because we're looking at crossing. I would be more interested in taking a long here if we get another higher low after that. Watch, this will be the one that just slams it down. Landman, Billy Bob Thornton. Is that where he's from? Or is that a movie? Yeah, the bulls keep pushing here. So if we put in a higher low, we're getting that delta cross, I will consider taking that long. I'm not familiar with that show. Is it oh, looks like there's multiple seasons. So is that on like Netflix or something? Paramount Plus. It's about oil rigs. I'll have to check that out. Schrodem, what exchange works well with your bots these days? I saw you had Kraken on the chart earlier. Yeah, I use Kraken. Personally, I think Kraken's probably the better exchange to use here in the US as far as you know, what's integrated with the bots. You can use Binance US as well. It integrates with Binance as well for those of you out of the country. But yeah, Kraken is what I use. Well, if this fourth tick down from the red zone ends up being the one that goes, and I didn't take it, I'm going to kick myself. Delta is trying to roll over again. Well, it's technically it is a cross, yeah. I honestly did not expect it to round down after crossing there, but it's looking like it wants to. You know what else is interesting? And we got the 3-minute about to tick down near the delta, and the delta's very weak on the 3. So on the 3, if that locks in, that's a short there. On the other hand, if we get a tick up in the green zone above this delta, I'm taking it long. Because technically we did have the cross. The bulls keep pulling it up. All right, here we go. Now it's starting to put in the tick up. A tick up above a rising delta is usually a pretty good long. Where it's, you know, close to the delta like that in the green zone. It's better than if it was like up here in the red zone. And notice how we actually have a positive slope on it now, whereas the last time we got the tick up, we had a negative slope on the delta, so it wasn't ready. But now we're gaining some momentum here, so I think it's ready now. About 8 seconds. And I'm long. $639.50 is where I'm in. Maybe we see some end of day fireworks to the upside. You think? That delta's still chopping. It's just flashed negative for a second. Hopefully the bulls can pull out of that. Still not ideal trading conditions here. We need a pop from the bulls. Otherwise, it's about to put in a second lower high with a negative delta, which is no fun. So hopefully they could step it up. And they can't do it, so I'm out. $5.5 on that one. These trading conditions are not very good. See, we get those thin, choppy, spotty deltas. You're supposed to walk away when you see those, according to the playbook. We're still not quite yet to power hour. We've got about 10 minutes. Maybe the Bears are actually going to get it here with two lower highs. We do have the delta starting to round back down. That would fall in line more with what's going on the 3. But of course, by this point, I hate to keep just jumping in there. It's not really going anywhere. Well, it looks like the Bears are going to take this one. Man, that's frustrating after trying 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times did I try that? 3 times. I gave the long a try. The long wasn't there. I think it's safe to say we're back under the confirmation line now. So that was just a tease. Hi.
I
What you doing?
don't know.
You don't know? Gosh, I want to jump into a short now. That delta is gaining more momentum. Well, guys, do I break my rules and just jump in here? I kind of want to after all that. Let's see where we close. Yeah. I'm going to go short here. I'm short at 617.50. We got to break this 200. Hopefully it'll make it all worth it. Sure, and thanks for telling me about QT, Quant Tower. It's been a dream using it the first time today. Awesome. I do love Quant Tower. Now, if we could just get the Bears to kind of step up here. The delta is falling nicely. Come on, Bears, push it over the edge. Need to lose the 200 and take out that low. Delta still falling nicely. And it actually has some momentum in it, whereas before it had none. It was just flat and spotty. Hari Divi. Good afternoon. One dummy question. Is it okay to keep shorted feature until next week if you are in a loss? I guess I don't know what you mean by that. We did just tick up from the lower power zone. And like Drywater's saying, this is a support level. So I did pull it. We just couldn't get it over the line. Well, today is starting to look kind of like yesterday. K. John, yes, that's correct. It's like Ninja, but in my opinion, way better. What will happen if you do not close MES and you are in a short and loss? Do you mean what will happen with your broker? I think it depends on who your broker is. But personally, I've never held futures after the close. Or maybe I'm just not understanding your question. So you're using Thinkorswim and you shorted, but you didn't close your position? And you're in a loss? Well, if I guess if it keeps going against you, you're just going to keep losing more money. Now we're starting to get another tick down and we're losing that 200. Man, this market is just tough today. That's the 2 o'clock candle too. That's the one kicking it into gear. Is this the one that's going to do it? Do I give it another shot? Ay, ay, ay. After all that, it's finally dropping. It's so frustrating. Frustrating, frustrating, frustrating. Well, let's see what crypto's doing. Bitcoin's still pushing up. Almost 106 now. Still looking pretty good. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this was saying short the whole time, and we just couldn't get on the train. On the 3, if you're just following the 3, that one, this was the only tick down on the 3, and that one is playing out. So that does act as a little filter. So you would have been in short right there. And it's gone 43 points since that point on the 3. We'll see if this ends up being a little bit of a fake out. And I mean, now that we took out that swing low, this could just turn into another broadening formation. So we could be gearing up to go back up to the yellow line, since it took so much to make it drop to where it's at. Signal's starting to go back above the confirmation line. Schroden. Yeah, you know, and that's part of that is part of my problem. I'm always going for the big move. But I do realize that, like, if I had shorter TPs, my win rate would go up considerably. So, like, that would have been a winner. This would have been a winner. That would have been a winner. So, yeah, I realize that. Hold on a second. My dog wants outside. I still haven't eaten any lunch, really. I just ate an orange. Got to get something in the stomach. Yeah, it would appear that we're bouncing off the bottom of that Browning formation. Schroden, but you've had monster days when I've had small profit days, so it's all trade-offs. Well, you know, honestly, that is the one thing that I think allows me to stay as profitable as I am, is that eventually I do get the big trades, and then it, you know, washes out all of the smaller losers. So I know that my win rate sucks because of that, but overall I think I do pretty good that way. However, there's something to be said for, you know, for smaller targets and a higher win rate. Would I do as good if I did that as opposed to go for all the monster trades? I don't know. I might be able to do better. On a day like today, I think I would definitely do better. I should go back and do more back testing with that. But you know, like if I had smaller, like let's say I was only targeting like 15 points. I should go back and just see if those would be winners. Looks like that one's right at the end of that wick. Or even just like 10 points. You know, 10 points here. That's a winner. This is for sure a winner on 10. And obviously 10 over there. And yeah, if I could get 10 points out of each one, those all add up.
Dry water. Took that long. Yeah, that's I was thinking about taking that, but I told myself today I'm going to trade with the confirmation line. Try not to break my rules. And what sucks is that the market just is not cooperating with me today. But this delta cross in a power zone is usually a good long. So like right here, after it has closed above the confirmation line in a power zone for the first time, and it closes above the 8 like it did, it's usually a decent long. Let's see how far that one went. That one went 20 points. So yeah, those could all add up, especially in chop. Yeah, that Schroden, that's the thing I have an issue with. If I go and I get like 10, 15 points and then I see it, you know, move 300 according to the indicator until the next exit on the indicator prints, then I'm like kicking myself. And that has actually happened to me many times, which is why I've kind of, over time, I've basically said to myself, you know, never again, just use the indicator, let the trade play out. You know, I think you could be profitable both ways. For sure. There's got to be kind of like a sweet spot in there. And I think the sweet spot depends on the market condition that you're in. You know, like if you see that you're chopping a lot, well, then you got to tighten up those TPs. Dry water, you're done for the day, okay? Your TP of 1,000 a day, 1,000 what? 1,000 points? 1,000 ticks? Dollars? 1,000 points a day would be pretty damn awesome. Water went down the wrong the wrong pipe there. Excuse me. $1,000 a day, that has been my my go-to for a while now. My goal. Some days I do a lot better, some days I do a lot worse. Awesome. It's definitely doable. That's for sure.
And why are you telling me this now? An hour. So then it's not possible for us to
Uh-oh.
get you there at that time.
Sounds like the
Either you're doing
the teenager is getting a little ornery.
it's clearly false information if you're like she told me a minute ago, either how early we can make it.
Well, it's 2:16. End of day is usually pretty good. I'm usually not around for it. I do get to trade it today, so I'm going to stick around. Okay, John, yes, I used Ninja quite a bit, and I hated it. I was always very frustrated with Ninja. Mainly with the copy trader. It was always screwing up, and so many days I wanted to throw my computer out the window, and it wouldn't let me get out of a trade, or would enter me in a trade that I didn't want to enter into. Lots of random crazy stuff. With Quant Tower, I've very rarely had similar issues. The delta has barely crossed above the confirmation line this time. Again. Still very thin. Still would not recommend trading this. However, we are getting a tick up above a rising delta in the green zone, which is kind of hard to resist for a long. The delta is also showing signs of wakening back up now. So I think I might have to just go ahead and take this. And I am long. One from 616.25.
Hmm. It's 2:21. There's still enough time left in the day to go on a monster run. The last 45 minutes usually ends up being pretty good. But today, before the inauguration, I don't know. We will have to see. Yeah. What do you need? Come here. You want me to brush your hair?
That's my new brush.
Oh, it's your new brush. Oh, that's cool. Where'd you get that?
From Christmas.
From Christmas, really? Oh, you want me to show them? Evelyn wants to show you her new brush. Pretty cool. It's a cool purple brush. All right, the bull's going to step it up here or what? No tick down from the upper power zone yet. So I'm staying in. Brush your hair. You can talk, you know. It's okay.
I know that. I'm not shy.
You're not shy? Hold on, I might have to manage this trade here. We are getting a tick down from that upper power zone now, but we got about 35 seconds. Hopefully the bulls can step it up. We're counting on them. What happened to your other brush?
What other brush?
Hold on a second. I gotta look at this trade. No tick down yet. So staying in here for now. Are you trying to wave?
No.
No?
You're brushing my face.
Got about 14 seconds here. Hold on a second. Looks like this one is, unfortunately, a loser. Small loser, but it's a loser. Minus 4.25. Well, it looks like I should have just stayed in bed today. All right, you done? What a crap day today is, man. Almost 400 subs, really? Let's see. Yeah? Yeah. Let's see.
A brush is brushing the brush.
Mm-hmm.
Me.
397, it looks like. Wow. Almost 400. Yeah. Smash the like and subscribe. Maybe we can hit 400 before the weekend closes. I would appreciate that. Hitmaker says the longs still look good. I'm still bullish because the delta's above the confirmation line, but I'm not going to sit in a trade when it's going against me and hit my full stop, especially when we tick down from upper power zone with a negative delta on it. So I'm just waiting for another long setup if we can get it. However, on the 3, it's printing another short setup. And on the 5 is actually starting to turn bearish now. We got the delta under the confirmation line on the 5, so I don't know. The bulls just might not have it in them today. You know, the price has already moved up considerably. Too bad it was all in pre-market. Well, we got 10 seconds until the 2:30 candle. Maybe that will kick it into gear one way or the other. We are ticking up near the lower power zone. It's kind of hard to trust that setup though, especially with the 3 looking the way it is. This will be the one that runs because I'm not taking it. You know, we've been stuck under these EMAs for a while too. Ever since, it's like 12:30 today, Central Time. We've been just kind of chopping sideways, but stuck under these EMAs. Delta is turning positive again after chopping around. So this was the long setup right here, this tick up from the green zone, 231. I didn't take it, but looks like that one would have been working so far. We got the delta above a rising confirmation line now. Now that the confirmation line is finally rising, the longs are looking better. And the delta is trying to turn up here. I got a limit order sitting in there just above the 8 SMA. But I might have missed the bus now. Okay, John, in your current system, do you have something that measures extreme oversold and overbought? That's kind of how I look at the power zones, but other than that, no. And you know, that's going to be different on different time frames. So, you know, that's why when on a higher time frame, if I see like a tick up on, for example, say the 15-minute from the lower power zone when delta's above the confirmation line, I give that a lot more weight than on the lower ones. So I try to trade in that direction if I see it. But yeah, the power zones work really well for that. We got about 20 minutes left until the close. Sometimes the best runs are in the last 10 minutes of the day. So that's what I'm sticking around for. But if we don't get a move here at the end of the day, I'm going to be a little upset. I am bullish, though. More so than bearish. I have a little bit of a bull flag setup happening here that you might want to consider. Went ahead and just went long there. Now let's turn around on me. I'm not even waiting for the tick up on this one. 623.25 is where I'm in. We have this aggressively rising delta, so I want to trade in that direction. And we are gaining some momentum there. I just hope it doesn't fizzle out. Need to start putting on some moves here. Don't even tell me that's going to be a bull flag breakout fake out. That seems to always be the case when I get into them, and then if I don't take them, they just run like crazy. At least it seems that way. You know, and you got this aggressively rising delta. Like, why in the world would that happen right there? Still in this trade, by the way. I'm sticking with it only because we have that aggressive rising delta, and we just had that abrupt turn, and usually those do not last. So I think that is probably a fake out to the downside. See, now we got the delta turning positive again. Hopefully stop out some of them shorts and start running to the upside. DJ Rod, did I lose my win stats on there? Looks like I did. It's really low. I think it's only like 1 or 2 on here. I think it was 2. I don't know if anybody remembers. I must have accidentally deleted that. I'd have to go back and look. Tough day for me, though, that's for sure. I went into this with some rules that I put together in my mind before I got into this. I said I was only going to trade in the direction of the confirmation line. The problem is we've just been chopping sideways with no trend all day. So I keep getting caught on the wrong side. But I think here at the end of the day, we're going to still end up popping up here. Starting to get more aggression back in those delta candles. Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm fighting algos and market makers and everything in between. But my system usually works pretty darn good, so I'm not going to let it get me down. Most of my days are green. We got that thin, spotty delta creeping back in. So this might not have any gas. We also got the 250 imbalances coming up. feel like it's gearing up for a move though. Things are starting to fall in line. Yep, that's the imbalances, the murder algo in 1 minute here. I typically like to be out of the trade before the 250 algo kicks in, because it's a good way to lose very quickly, or at least get in the profit and then move my stop to break even, but it never really gave me that chance. Hopefully we popped the upside here. The delta still pointed up. And there it is. Nasty looking delta, man. Yucky. Just a nasty looking delta. That's something that it's hard to trade against. Or just hard to trade, period. It's basically telling you there's no conviction or direction either way. So if you must trade that, it's usually a good idea to stay on the side of the confirmation line, but I still might get stopped out here. It's looking more and more likely. And if I do, then I am done for the day, for sure. Still holding out because I think we're still going to make a move to the upside here. I could be wrong. Thanks, Torres Trades. Yeah, next week I'll get it. I'm not worried, guys. Sometimes I have days like this. I always come back. All right, Patrick. Thanks for sticking around, and have a good weekend. Hopefully next week will be better. Hey, this winner's not this trade is not a loser yet. Back to my break even. We got that nasty choppy delta. You know, I always say this, but if you are chopping, you want to err on the side of the slope of the confirmation line. So that's why I still believe we're heading up here. If the confirmation line is pointed up, that's usually where we're headed. And if we could put in a good run here right before the inauguration. By the way, I do not have a take profit set, so I'm going to let her fly if she wants to fly. Oof. And then we get slammed to the downside. That's the 1255 algorithm. All right, well, today was a crap day. So I'm done. That's it. Next week will be better. Wow, look at that. Look at that candle to the downside. Yep. Yeah, this, if you look at the delta, it's just, it doesn't know which way it wants to go. That's why the playbook says when you see those chop boxes, walk away. I still trade them because I still like to trade aggressively, but I wouldn't recommend it. You start seeing those chop boxes, walk away. Do what the book says, not what I do. All right, guys, have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. All right. Take care.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want a pound split, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's not golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. big fat candles. Can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat deltas are what I beat. Well, traders love, let me see that life is good. Am I happy? Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall. No weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're aboard. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.